Hello, hello, testing. Okay, looks like my mic's working. Hello. Today we are working on some more of the Sinclair's Codex. And I got permission to show it. I was originally going to pixelate it, but I was told, nope, it's fine. You can just show it. So right now I'm working on Wild Eye Curse Breaker. He's mostly in there. I've got to get his picture in here, or get their picture in here. Which is over here somewhere. Let's see, there's Wild Eye. Find my storage, right one. PC art. Drag him in there. Okay. That is the appropriate number of spaces to make that fit that way. Now we can tweak his size a little bit. A little bit bigger. All right. Now we modify the line here so that it's not quite so long. We don't want it going behind him. I'm gonna just go and just barely past the 3. Let's see. I'm gonna do some italicization. Capitalized. It's emitting clear, but if the target player has the curse straight, they treat the result as 1 degree worse. Okay. Okay. Okay, now move on from Wild Eye for now. See who or what is next. Let's see, Altane. What does he show after Wild Eye? Oh, I see. Okay, so we're gonna have to back up and insert these pages somewhere else, but that's fine. Little typos, but that's fine. Okay. So let's see. We started with Joseph Thatch. Okay, Altane is going to go before him. So these, drag them up. Altane. Alright. So, start by applying a basic text block. Alright. This one is that one. Go with oops. That's good. Okay. Header. Tech block. Gender tech block. Tech header. Great. Copy pasta snag this one for speed. Unique had a good and should be small humanoid goblin. I have to adjust those. Oh, no. Let's see. Decoration. turning white. Oh no, it just undid my italics. Auto would be unique. So I'll keep unique. Medium. East. All right. Okay. I need to look up something right quick. Let's see. Pathfinder books. Yep. An adventure in here somewhere. Because Vorda is Conquerdine, which is in the Almanac. I want to have him still register as unique because like it's named, but I need to find an example of how it's formatted. Okay, here we go. Do it. Here. Oh no. Here. This is Conquerdine. And I need to open the Almanac and see what page the Conquerdines are on. This should be the back of classes, I think. No companions. I can put this in the sidebar. Oops. Are they connected? I'm not supposed to be connected. Disconnect. Disconnect. Concordine. And let's the right kind of header here. Codex. Style. Codex. While VOD is unique as unique with a W, I think. No. VOD is unique. He is a standard representation of a concordine, which would be common but unique. It's 3. It's 3. Beast. Tame. Oil and stew. Burn their rust. Let's put that. Buck reaction. Okay, so let's we should see if we need to spell buck out. I'm not sure if it's a universal creature ability or not. Let's see here. Buck, BF2E. Okay, so it is a standard ability, so we don't have to spell it out. Let's find all the hashtags, all the octothorps, and replace with nothing. Fine. Replace all of those with nothing as well. All the asterisks, little markers that are there to tell me what needs bolding and what needs bolding and italicizing. One focus. There was a creature that has this. Filters, creatures. Spells one focus, right? So the entire thing is bolded. And the DC is placed afterwards. There's no need for that there. No dash on feet, it's only on foot. Dazzled isn't capitalized. Disoriented. 10 minutes. And semicolon. So let's pull Altane's art out. There. Artwork. NPC art. They haven't downloaded already. I do. Let me make sure that this is the most up-to-date version. Okay. Sinclair, artwork, PC art. Save, yes, overwrite. Okay. There's some good boys. So, Altane's gonna need some padding in the long run. For now, let's see. Much border column or so. Okay. But that's not what I'm attempting to fix at the moment. Come in time. Who's next? Jack? Jack's. Jack comes before Joseph as well. So, duplicate. Actor elect. Oh wait, this is the old art, I think. I think they made him grumpier. Yep. Download new Jack. Be gone, Happy Jack. You're not reluctant enough. There we go. There's reluctant Jack. Okay. Just set you down there for now. Go find your documents. That's the 5e version. Here he is. He has a lot of hockey text. Always. Normal text block. We have a sidebar, which will go down here. Implementing your setting. Gain usage. Header 3. Header 2. Then Jack himself. Oh no, what happened here? Wait, I know what. You have rogue pixels, don't you? You have like a rogue pixel right there. rectangle tool. Or, they could be completely white, please. Clear. That's all the way off the side, isn't it? I can just crop that out. Huzzah. There we go. Now it's on. Now where was I? Hello. Hello, Tracy. It's a Concordine. This is Altane Tricolor. This is Vorta. Or I guess this is a Concordine puppy. I think Vorta would be a grown Concordine, which is bigger than bigger than Altane. We need to finish up with Jack here. And don't mess with his out. Just size, type, 5. Alright. All this needs to become tech block. Except the ones that are underlined. It's a little thicker than the rest. You might actually need to be pulled back some. But we'll see. We'll see if we can make it fit without any trouble. Let's go back here. Unique. Awful good. No. Medium. Humanoid. ASMR. When do you go on break? Oh, I forgot to start my timer. I could probably take a break now. Give me just a second. Human. Let me finish out this part. Okay, yeah, we can do salad. Decoration 5. Decoration 4. Decoration 3. So we are gonna go on a little break and be right back. All right, we are back. Got a salad in my face, and here we are. This is superscript. Baseline. There we go. Bold. A Holy Avenger. Sturdy shield, not a magical item too. Okie dokie. Excuse me. $25 eat. Good metal versatile key. They're in the right order. Agile and good. This looks funny. I need to find something else that has this layout. Let's see. Focus. Okay. Alright, it's not bolded. That's the trick. Okay. Not bolded. Alpine, come here. There we go. Seventh. On hands. Raise shield. Everyone has raised shield. There's no reason for that to be there. I'm pretty sure. I will double check because that makes me doubt, but pretty sure you don't have to put raise shield. It's a basic action. Raise shield. Raise a shield. Let's see. Any creature? Shield Archon does not have it listed as an action. It has a special thing that says it's like raise a shield. So yeah, we don't need raise a shield in the block. We can delete that. I It's just something that anyone holding a shield can do. Semicolon there. All right. Detect alignment. And interact 50 once per hour. It's not command. It's not an item. Oh, it is because it's off of the sword. Okay. Should have a requirement. Requirements. Jack is holding the Avenger. Find asterisks. Don't have any more of them. Find those and replace them with. Having shield block listed, that do be important because not everyone has that. Oh, did I do this with Altane? Altane. Okay, I got Vorda. Okay, yeah, I did it. I'm not an entire idiot, just part of one. Delete some of this. Yep, there's more. Okay. Definitely going to have to give him more room. Let's start by just moving the picture out of the way. Let's see. Okay. Holy Avenger. When Jack critically hits an evil creature with a Holy Avenger, the creature is slowed 1 and enfeebled 2 for 1 round. That could be... Yep. Technically, I think that's a normal effect of the Holy Avenger. Like, it's nice to have, like, as a reminder. But it probably could be cut out. Is the Type Magic a part of Holy Avenger too? Let's see. Let's go look up the Holy Avenger. Holy Avenger. Item. Why is this so hard to find? I had this trouble the other day looking for a Holy Avenger, and it was like difficult to find on Archive. For whatever reason. Like, I have to go into one article and then into another article to get, like, click on its name to find its page. Let's see. Pointing at a creature you can see, cast detect alignment. You detect evil but targets only the selected creature instead of detecting in an area. Okay, so detect alignment, Holy Avenger. These are quality of life entries. They're not required. Okay. So we can cut those out if need be. Probably embed a link in Holy Avengers so it takes you to the right page, so you can find it easily enough. Striking Holy Cold Iron Longsword. All right. Also can. Let's see. Slowed one keep Holy Avenger. One jack critically hits an evil creature with the Holy. So I think we keep the Holy Avenger ability and explain to it that he counts as a champion of the Paladin cause, for the sake of the effect of a Holy Avenger. And we can actually cut out some of these. Signals champion bows. So actually all of these, I'll just copy them. Lawful good creature at all times and in any context. It's true, alignment is chaotic good. He is immune to chaotic damage, susceptible to lawful damage, and is considered chaotic for the purposes of any magical implications, such as detect alignment spell. Any non-magical attempt to determine his alignment, such as recall knowledge or sense motive check, indicates he is lawful good. Okay. See? We can save some space and keep his block on screen, basically. Ooh. Adventure. Jack. Is considered to be a champion with the Paladin claws, not claws. That gains the additional benefit of his Holy Avenger for being a champion with the Paladin claws, which I think quality of life that also prompts somebody to go, oh, what are these extra benefits? They go look at the weapon and they see all this stuff it does and all the activations it lets him do. So he's got this very powerful sword that's quite good. Flies up to speed and straight line. So strike each creature within reach on his path. This applies his multiple attack penalty as normal. Alright. now we can work on bringing him back on screen here a bit. That looks pretty good. Gotta find the rectangle here and there we go. Hey, Zynar. Lurking while working again. That's good. Just keep on working. I'm working. What you working on if it's not not something you rather not say? IT day job. I hope your work's going good. Hope it stays easy. Stays chill. We got some chill music going in the background. And I'm just working on doing some layout. We got Jack, Joseph, that she needs a little padding and a sidebar and a little more padding. I really like his artwork. I like Strix. Strix are really cool. We got Vivid. She needs a tiny bit of padding. Just a touch and a sidebar. Wild Eye. Just needs a sidebar. Wild Eye fits pretty well. Let's see. Altane needs a little bit of padding, not a ton. Probably like a paragraph. Let's aptitude us the heroes. This is not all of the heroes by any means. It's just the ones that I have art for. So far, I think I have to double check and see if there's any more heroes with art, because that's my current priority, is characters that have art first, and then get this pack out and then work on the bigger project. It looks like we are moving on to the Lone Wolves next. Okay. So I think there's something stuff. Yeah, Joseph's. The divider bars are the wrong color. Gonna have a much bigger section for villains, because most of the villains have art already, or a lot of them have art at least. Who's these? It's traveling crew. So I have to do the, let's see, lone wolves. It looks like I have a nemesis. I think it's nemesis. Then organizations, then traveling groups, then villains. All right. So, time to duplicate this page. Drag it down to the bottom. And oops. Then we need to put in the lone wolf artwork for this page. That's the heroes page. I have the lone wolf art somewhere. There it is. Sure. 3 lone wolves. We got a banger plan for it too. My cats are causing trouble. All right, so first thing we're gonna do is see Daichi. All right, so then we search for Daichi. The Iron Ronin. Oh, Dan wrote this one, I think. Daichi, the Iron Room. So we got right here, and this space down first, and half, yes, and then this is tab, but we want, let's see, a right stop. So let's hit 0, add right stop, from right, 0. I don't know why it does that. It doesn't do that elsewhere. Oh, I guess we just turn this up till it stops doing it. There we go. Oh, I bet I know why it's doing it. Because of the inset. Alrighty. Okay. And then we go back to normal text. I almost forgot. We need to change the leading on this one. Be like, was it 38? Yeah. What's the matter, Sterling? You're so meow right now. Meow, meow, meow. You want attention? Come here. Come here. You're heavy. Hey. Hey, Hats. Thank you for the sub. How you doing today? It's working and lurking YouTube. Oh, that's the idea. You also working your day job? Correctamundo. Oh, I'm glad I can give you some background noise, and maybe the sick beats will also help with the focus. And if not, I'll also feel free to mute me. Got some D&D later today. That's good. It's good to have a game. I played some with Tracy last night, or some Pathfinder. But I don't get to play with other people a whole lot anymore. Just life scheduling and everything getting in the way most of the time. But I do this now so that I can do a little bit of the work that I'm supposed to be doing. Because I have too many things that need doing. Let's go get Daichi's image. Do I already have Daichi? I do. Okay. Although he may be an old one too. Let me go see if it's different. Daichi. He is different. This is the sketch. Whoops. Download Daichi. Now he's got a smiley face. He's the opposite of Jack. Jack initial image had him smiling, and he was like, "Nah, let's make him grumpy." Then Daichi's original thing was like, he's kind of like, he looks angry. Now he's smiling. Ooh, Mr. Galaxy Wide. Shit. What did I do? There we are. Burned by the light. Alright, so we got Daichi's picture in here now. I think he'll actually probably fit pretty good. He might need a little padding. If I can pick the correct tab. That'll be one of these tabs. Tab was... Okay, that's Altane. I'm done with him. I can close that tab. That's Jack. I can close that tab. Third time's the charm. There's Daichi. Suggested alternate memory banks. Ooh. Neat. Dan's a really good designer. He thinks of some very interesting things. And I really like chatting with him about design and such, because we have different ideas about how things can go, but having different viewpoints for design is always good. Like, even if you disagree on something, which can lead to some heated discussions that can last a very long time, but a lot of times you'll eventually hash something new out, and it's really good. Or you just get inspiration for something that, you know, just didn't click before, didn't occur to you before. Daichi is non-binary. Let's go get our thingies for Daichi. Uh-oh, what happened to... Oh, I see what happened. I forgot to move those pages. Okay. Let's see here. Unique. Straight N. Medium. Automaton. On. binary. Or, they seem they them. So, in keeping as much as possible with the format, they them. Yes. All right. Automaton construct now to fix the decorations. Decoration 4. We just have to control the left there. Oop, too far. There we go. The rest of this becomes tech block. Oop, I went too far. Tech block. And then Daichi's memory bank. Okay, so these are in general. Daichi copies the feet to their memory bank. Allowing them to use themselves as long as they meet its prerequisite. A maximum of 3 feet copied at a time. I like that. That's some Marshall Blue Magic design right there. I like that. It is a little extra work on the GM, but like if Daichi's the main focus of what's going on, I think that's really cool. And he does come with a pre-built memory bank, and we don't have it in here yet, but he has alternate memory bank. So he can be a little, or they can be kind of modular. Analyze. It is in the, it's in kind of a weird spot, but it also kind of fits. It's not quite a defensive move. It's not quite an offensive move. It's strange, and that's where it belongs, is up there in the top. Daichi's memory bank, and then goes there. Immunities. Bleed, death effects, disease, doom, drain, fatigue, healing, necromancy, non-lethal attacks, paralyzed, poison, sick, and unconscious. And resistances to physical 5 except adamantine. Alright. I'll have to actually ask Dan if he wants me to tweak the immunities to reflect automatons better. Because this is very standard for constructs. But automatons are a little tweaked from this, just because they're more alive than most constructs. But we shall see. I'll talk to him at some point about it. Alright. Change this to reaction. Trigger. Back. Daichi's memory bank. Dueling parry, sudden charge, and double shot. 25 feet, melee, range, damage. Also, Daichi, you need to make things move out of your way. Like the strong samurai you are. There you go. No text can stop you. Okay. And then we did these in brackets, I believe. When we did them. I think we did these for convenience of the reader, so that they wouldn't have to do math for the MAP. It's non-standard for ISO format, but it's good as convenient. I do need to check the others to see if they have them. Okay, Wild Eye has them. Vivid did not. Vivid needs those added on. Plus 25. Plus 20. Shield Bash not have any traits? So it does not. Okay. Noted. Yeah, we're not overflowing. Did you have this? You did not. This is not agile, so we've got plus 14. Plus 9. Plus 20. Oh, the other one's agile, so it's going to be plus 21. Plus 17. This one. Oop. Wonder if we can just tighten it up a little bit. Sometimes you can do that. And just blow on. It has been a minute. Okay. These. Nope, not gonna happen. Okay, so we're just gonna change Jack's size. Touch. There we go. No, this whole thing's back on there. Okay. Goes +9 +4. +8 +3. +9 +5. I do that for. Does Alice even have any attack? She does. She has a fist. So +1 minus 3. This is out of order. It's out of order, Dan. I'm just being a shit. Aijutsu. Reaction. Action. Jutsu stance, Jutsu samurai diligence, trigger, effect, needs a semicolon. Katana makes it 100 strike. Using the katana in one hand and nothing else in their other. Jutsu reaction. When they move, draw one of their weapons or let go. Well, he is. Jutsu. Makes it 100 strike. Strikes made before the triggering strike goes to full. Does not end at Jutsu. So this reaction resolves. It's basically a one action preparation to strike a creature that strikes you. It's not bad. That's a very nice way of handling it. It does limit the power by forcing it to be the one-handed version. This should go here. Most reactions end up going in defensive, even if they are more offensive. Long. Use the jutsu reaction. Use the jutsu reaction. And leave the stance on. Move, draw one of their weapons. Or let go of the hilt of their katana. Let's take a look at the alternate memory banks. This is technically packed as a red card, but it might do better as a sidebar. Though we do need the extra space, so just not sure that card's gonna fit all that well. Sterling, stop. Sorry, my cat's being bad again. Oh, I think I know how to do this. Okay. I'm gonna split it in two because there's two things going on in the box. So can I click into this here box? Oh, it's connected. We don't want it connected. There we go. No style. Codex. We'll just do alternate memory banks to make that fit better. Moving so slow. Little shells. Codex. Weapon list. Mobile skirmisher, rain. Two-handed. Versatile. Oops. Wrong button. Now I want to take all of these and give them an indent. 1, 2, 3. Let's do this. And then give us a normal. Chi may have a variant set of seats in their memory bank. Below are some suggested combinations. All right. Make the a little smaller so that can be seen. Missing a dock. State styles, table tactic. Assets. That's what it's called. Assets. Sinclair. Ooh. Okay, that one didn't have it. Anyway. Be gone. This? Nope. Okay, so we need a text tool. Insets. 5mm, I think. Text. shouldn't be forcibly capitalized. This is Toolbox header. Proving the memory bank. To the right. Come here, you big baby. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. It can be hard to work with just one hand, you know. Are you happy now? You getting held like a baby? Are you happy now? Yes? Okay. Good. So, I suppose should the group actually go above like that? I don't know. I don't prefer to do that. But I do have an idea that should make this simple enough. I just need to find this a little bit. All right, there, so that's 40.5, so let's do 45.5. There's select. That is 38. So do 43. Okay. This is our group. The entire thing is just a jump with 0. So selection. I would like to select the entire group, please. The whole thing. What is that? There we go. I want to see if I can save these 2 lines. Every time I encounter them. be able to condense this. Potentially, possibly. No guarantee. It looks decently tight. That's too tight. This I would rather just stretch out a little bit. So it looks better. Okie dokie. Alright. Improving the memory bank. Party encounters Daichi more than once, including one of the copied skills from the previous encounter in their memory bank. Is a good way to increase immersion and continuity in your world. When doing so, simply expand Daichi's memory banks to make room for the additional skills learned through previous encounters with the party. This is good. Nice design. Doesn't mean that technically in the wild possibilities that Daichi could end up with every feat. Yes. But don't do that. just don't. There's a reason that their memory banks are limited. What was I doing? Fixing these lines. Okay. Oh, this is incorrect. There's no indent. There is an indent. Alright. Utopian should be capitalized. So should common. Okay. So we've been streaming for a couple of hours now. I'm gonna take a short break and be right back. Okay, I'm back. So we got Daichi pretty much done. Any of the just obvious stuff I've looked at. Oh, except for that apparently. I thought I did that. Maybe I had to fix it. That's what I forgot about that. And it reset the line. Alright. That's Daichi. Dunzo. They are very cool. Who's next? Let me see something right quick. Excuse me. Okay. Let's see. Daichi. See Draga. Lowercase. Text block body. Action. Gotta shrink this down a bit. I it's closer to them. And then this, I need a crop. There we go. Let's get our base of tech block in there. Tech block somewhere past it. There, I did. Speaker items, that one becomes underlined. This one becomes underlined. Neutral, medium, her. Ovian, humanoid, decoration 5, I believe it is. The only one that needs tweaking here. There we go. Bold, 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 bold. Bold, 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 bold. Okay. Replace all. Truck is slow. I don't feel like that's reflective of Bovians. I think they wound up a little bit faster. Could be wrong. Checking now. Base speed 25 feet. Height doesn't slow you down, does it? Light armor, PFE. Our strength is high enough anyway to overcome it. So yeah, 25 feet. Requires a +2 strength to ignore that speed penalty. So there's a tiny mechanical tweak there. I don't know of another reason why you'd be slow, unless it's in our story somewhere. Okay. Let's get her artwork in. And she's one that can use a little padding, which is something we will inquire about at a later date. For now, cutting back is a more necessary thing to be done now if required. Adding on is something that we do later. Download. I'm gonna have to do a thing with this one, I think, because right now I can take her down here, but need at least part of her. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna copy, paste her, copy and paste. So there's 2 of her. We're going to crop one version to there, crop the other version to the edge of that one. And there we go. Aha. Tricky. It's tricky, 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 tricky. Side 5, largest side. It doesn't need much padding. A little bit here, a little bit here in a sidebar. Works out pretty well. There's a line. I guess this one doesn't have to be cropped quite as low, actually, because it's underneath. Ding, ding, ding. There we go. Now, we can select both if we need to. Enlarge them. Oh no. We have a problem. Houston, we have a problem. It's a small problem, but we can fix it. Oh, wrong tool. Cropping tool, bring this up. Cropping tool. Bring that up. Voila. Now it's not a problem. Put this up there and change the rectangle. Voila. There we go. That seems a little organic. So that will be her for the moment. Nope, I gotta do her little ancillary, her map bonuses. These are agile, so plus 13, plus 9. Plus 11. Plus 6. Here. this. Betcha it's is right there. Yep. And so now that can look a little nicer. I think we do one more and we'll probably call it for the day. So who's next? Nico. Let's see, Nico, are you filled out? Looks like. Nico. Labyrinthine Architect. We've got some Sinclair dialogue here. Excerpt. And then here we just do text block. Looks like this one's gonna have plenty of extra space. It has a sidebar, but it might do to just make it part of the primary entry, given how much space there is. And it's a chunky sidebar anyway. So we'll probably make that part of the main text for now, at least. Continue. Works of the architect. Or if I can do them like this. These better threes. Yeah, fills up that page nicely. Oh. Maybe never mind. He has a... he has an item with him. Okay. So, okay. We'll cut that out and shove that in there. We'll clean it up and make it right later. Okay, so I guess that's another thing to double check. Pretty sure they have the humanoid trait. Yeah, humanoid. Okay. Most of these could change to standard tech block. Except for this one, which become underline text blocks. Okay. Let's get the true labyrinth thingy in here. Standard text for that. Sure. Where did I put it? think this is meant to be structure category. I think this is meant to be an item with the structure trait. Yes, this is meant to be an item with the structure trait. Sure. Ain't no room for his artwork in this one. We'll get that figured out. There. Artifact. Cool. Decoration 5 can be removed. Decoration 4 can be removed. Decoration 3 can be removed. Decoration 2 we change to rare. Now we can put them over because we're bring these down. This is gonna be Codex 5. All of these are Codex. Or maybe not, because that's still taking up quite a bit of space. We'll figure it out. We will figure it out at some point. Oh, no. It's the Bovians. It is in Sinclairs. This is the Sinclair's Codex. So this is a Bovian. Her name is Draga. She's one of the Bovians. They're like cow people. This was, of course, prior to Minotaurs being officially released Yeah, I'm working on the Codex right now. I'm doing layout for it. And we've gotten some good work done today. But we're currently working on a pack for releasing to people with stuff that is done for it. So right now I'm on the second of the Lone Wolves. There's a priority for characters that already have art. And some tweaking needs to be done here and there. Like Nico here is probably going to have to be shortened slightly to be able to fit his artwork in. And others, like you can see here. There's ads. I'll wait till the ads are over because I don't know if you can hear me with them going. Okay, so it says that the ads are over now. I'll give it a few seconds to catch up anyway, just in case, because I've seen it go over before. I'm not entirely sure exactly when they kicked in. So yeah, this is Sinclair's library. This is part of the Codex that I'm working on. I really hope you do like it. Right now, we're working on a package to get what we do have done out for backers and such. Life has been really rough on me and the others. So I haven't gotten nearly as much work as I'd like to into this, and I did lose some work several months ago when my other computer died. I had to go to a backup that was about a month old. Oh, I accidentally turned up my volume. That's very loud. But yeah, and let me show you. If you did back and get the almanac is out. You can get it, and like, we got the Bovians here too. Stop selecting things randomly like that. Big bundle. I know it's going slow, and for what part I play in that, I am sorry. We're trying to do our best to drag it over at this point and get it done. It's just going to take us some time because we are basically doing it on a break time. But yeah, I'll keep chatting. So we'll keep working on it because it's going to take some time. We're basically doing it on a volunteer basis at this point. We're not getting any. Those of us still working on it aren't getting any money at this point. And I've been doing layout mostly. I did ask at some point if there's a, yeah, Artemis doesn't like to post without something to show for it, and it's been something that we've talked about, and life does get away from us. So trying to keep on our toes and do a little bit better. I was a contractor, and so I don't have like access to the Kickstarter or anything like that. I had a lot of things that I wrote. Like I've got a couple characters that'll be in the Codex. I've got several things in the Almanac, and I edited a lot of things in the Almanac as well. Basically, I started out as a freelancer and worked my way up to being a contractor, and now I'm doing this because I want to see it done. I want to get it out there and to have it done and not have it be something that, you know, vaporware, basically. And like, I get the frustration. Yeah, and like in the Discord, I try to help where I can with that, but the Discord is the only thing I have access to in that facet. I don't know if you're in the Discord or not, for Sinclair's library. I can get a link. If not, it's somewhere around here. Yeah, that's fair. I see notifications from it now and again, and like a lot of things I don't know the answer to, so I'll like tag somebody like Artemis, and hope that they can answer it. Oh geez. Well, we're working on it. I'm sorry it's taken so long. That was a big one. I get the PDF for free because I made it. But I think I did back before I knew I was gonna be a freelancer on it. I think I backed it for like $20 or $25. You doing a homebrew world campaign? Or are you using it as inspiration for more mechanics and stuff? $50-50. Yeah, I really like exploring the possibilities in homebrew and stuff. I do tons of homebrew all the time. And little plug here. If you want to see some stuff that I made, it's absolutely free. There's no paywall on it. It's just, I use Patreon because it's a platform that's good for it. I got some creatures and some items on there. A couple other things that are unrelated, but mostly creatures. I like just messing around and making stuff. Yeah, I don't know how long it's gonna take. The almanac took a while. There was a lot of editing to do with it, but I think the editing for this will be much easier. It's all creatures, effectively. Like NPCs are creatures, and those are the best part of my wheelhouse. So oops, wrong button. So doing them is easy editing for me. So it'll probably go a little smoother. There's a lot fewer like balance concerns, like is this going to break the game? because most of it's not player facing, really. And you can be a lot more forgiving with things like creatures and NPCs. Roll for Combat's pretty good. There are points of there are like points that I disagree with some of their designs on, but that doesn't make them bad. So it's, oh, 1 second. All right, sorry, I'm back. Yeah, Roll for Combat has some really cool stuff, like the dragons and whatnot. If you've got the Battle Zoo Bestiary, I've actually got a creature in there. Yeah, the ancestries. I've only got dragons and the couple that they released for free, the dungeon and what was the other one? I can't remember off the top of my head, but those are the only other ones I have from them. I'm not a very fusion. Oh, the one where it's like your isekai, I think is the other one, if I'm not mistaken. But I remember dungeon for sure, and dragons. Yeah, I know a few people who they got like the big one where, yeah, the April Fool's ones. The big one where it's just like, yeah, the whole year and you get a new one like every month or two or something. I didn't have the money to drop on that. Very, very week to week, paycheck to paycheck kind of person. Did it twice. Yeah. I kind of fell off a little after Dragons, just because I couldn't keep up with it. Though I'll be working on the Codex here like once a week. Like yesterday, oh, thank you for the follow. I'll also be doing other projects that I have, commissions and things like that. I'm currently working on a commission that is a Pit Fiend Ancestry Nasari, for a friend, and I'm hoping he's gonna like it. It's a little on the high tune side, but it's not absurd or anything. I was working on that yesterday. Asterisk. Be gone, asterisks. I've been looking and trying to make a Sword of 1,000 Truths for South Park for my friend as a silly thing for a game. I haven't played it, but I could probably look it up and do you a good one. I made somebody offhandedly said, "We need an electric guitar battle act," in one of the Discords I'm in the other day, and I was at work and bored, so I typed it out on my phone. Let me see if I can find it right quick. Eldritch. Was it in general? Oh, I know. I remember what I called it, so I can search for it. Yeah, there we are. Okay, so what do I do? Paint. So, ooh. It's a shredder, 6th level, uncommon, electricity, magical, 250 gold held in 2 hands, 2 bulk. Strange guitar from a faraway land manifests a sharpened edge when swung and hums with an inner energy. This +1 striking great axe also acts as a handheld virtuoso instrument. Strikes with this great axe deal 1 additional electricity damage. It has an activation called Power Chord. 1 action once per hour. Striking a cacophonous harmony in the strings of Shredder, you assail the senses of surrounding foes, overwhelming them temporarily. Enemy creatures in a 15-foot emanation must attempt a DC 20 fortitude save. Success, they are off guard and deafened until the end of your turn. When they fail, they're deafened for 1 round, and on a critical failure, they're also stunned 1 and off guard until the end of its next turn. And, like, I just kicked it out. That would probably make more sense as a 2 action, but like, some of my best random work is just done off of, here's a random prompt, go for it. I've made gravity guns, weird monsters. Honestly, weird monsters are sort of my jam, but outside of that, I don't know, I've written so many things at this point. Like, there's stuff in Sinclairs, but I write for Eldritch Osiris Games too. I'm one of the co-founders of Eldritch Osiris Games. I've done a lot of stuff on my own as well. It's just all over the place. Oh, yep, that's right. Looking up precedents for wording. Spontaneous bolt spells. Let's take a look at creatures. Spontaneous spells. Okay, so it's 3 slots at the end. So, or it's X slots at the end. So 4 slots instead of 4/day. Go 2 slots, which I think this is kind of out of norm anyway, because there's a 2-point gap between the number of slots. Normally you'd have 2 and 3 or 3 and 4, but we'll get into the balancing another time. I'm mostly trying to get things plugged in and just generally right for the moment. 4 slots. Currently working on prepping a one-shot for my birthday in a couple weeks. I hope it goes well. I hope it ends up being a one-shot and not a 20-shot. Unless you do want it to evolve into a full campaign. I've had that happen a few times. It's like, I'm gonna run a one-shot, and it almost never actually ends as a one-shot. But I hope it goes well. What you thinking for the general premise? If you like, you don't have to share if you don't want to. Oh, ads. Okay, ads. Dun 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 dun. Thanks. Okay, ads should be over now. And give it a few seconds like usual. It's true. Labyrinth. Design. Doing it for 2 days. It's just a big dungeon with monsters from Battle Zoo and Paizo stuff. That's nice. I haven't done a real dungeon crawler in a long time. There's a couple of little adventures that I've written, one of which has you like go down into a mine, but it's not really a dungeon crawler. It's meant to be short and sweet. I hope it goes really well. I love 15, 8 of them. Not all of them are going to be there at the same time. I got you. I've run a couple games kind of like that where it's asynchronous with 2 groups or alternate variations between the party. There was even one game where we made it canon that people just pop in and out of existence sometimes. Just to explain why sometimes people would be there and sometimes they wouldn't. They were going through some sort of parallel series of events. No, some can't do it in one day. Yeah. Yeah, scheduling is the grand. I'm gonna hide them in the dungeon. Look, what did you find as loot but another party member? As like in Terraria when you go underground and you find the goblin tinkerer or the wizard. It's just like, oh hey, Wasn't expecting you. But here you are. Now sell me stuff. They'll have like a month and a half of knowing. Yeah, but scheduling is the big bad of every campaign or every game. Through labyrinths. Enter its nexus. Miracle. Huh. Thank you. I actually do need to hydrate. I was just starting to feel a little thirsty. Appreciate it. One sec. Yep. Thank you for that. And for you and anyone else listening, you know, if you want to take a drink, give yourself a little hydration, stretch, take your medication if you need to. There's a little reminder. Oh yeah, it definitely. And that's part of the reason I'm doing this is my ADHD is really bad with executive dysfunction. And I had been sitting around for like several weeks going, I need to work on things. And then just not really. So streaming now is, even if nobody's in chat, it's sort of like body doubling. It's an external pressure, which just helps give me that little extra push. And when people are in chat, it's nice. Because I like talking about what I'm working on and having a chat with people. Like today it's mostly layout and there's not a whole lot going on in terms of what do we have? Section creatures, items, area. Okay, so yeah, this just straight up doesn't fit. Nico, you need to be smaller. I don't want to take this out, but I'm just gonna see how it fits. Otherwise, but she's sick. Yeah. Here, I'll get Nico's art and slap it on the screen. Show you what I've also got to fit in here on top of everything. Nico has this really cool artifact with him, but it do be thick. It do be real thick. Come here, Nico. Load, Google. What do I pay you $20 a year for? Storage, not speed, I guess, but still. Download, Nico. Ease. Splat. Alright, so here's Nico. This Grampopulous fellow. I somehow gotta make him fit. Like, if he didn't have such a big sidebar, I could make him fit here. But I will, at some point in the near future, consult with my boss and figure out where to call what to make this work. Or if it's going to be a... Yeah, I mean, that's his whole shtick, is he has this labyrinth. He has a portable dungeon. and it's really hard to approach him because he has a maze aura. And he has a bunch of stuff that's all about like making life hard. He's a debuffer, like big time. But he's not necessarily a bad guy either. Neutral, as this is all pre-master. Alignments are still intact. But yeah, there needs to be a little bit of culling here so that things can fit. But that's the boy. I'll just drag him off to the side here a little bit. Just leave enough of him in there so that I can remember he's there if I'm in preview mode like that. That would be a roaming world boss. Yeah, as long as he's got somewhere to set down his diorama. It's heavy, it's bulk 10. It's a delicate box. It's not delicate at all. It's got a destruction entry. Yeah, just cut some of this out so it'll show up on screen. Must left without a commander or any denizens, after which it is reduced to a mundane diorama, which means you have to go into it and expel every being that is trapped within, as well as like then be like, I'm not your commander anymore, goodbye, and then it'll just crumble. But like narratively, you could have basically an entire little world in here. So that could be it's Sword Art Online. You can just have the tower or whatever it was called. What the hell? Activations. Yes, that's fine. My personal demi play. Hey, that's one of the things it can do, basically. I'm not gonna lie, I can't remember if I wrote this or if I just edited it heavily at one point, because I remember staring at this for a very long time. I did not write Nico. I didn't do that. I might have written or at least edited the True Labyrinth. It was a very long time ago. Either way. Demi control over the demi plane known as the Labyrinth. Or the True Labyrinth. Which you will never part willingly. From what I know, all the physical products and stuff are basically, we're waiting until all of the physical stuff is completed, which includes the books, so that they can all be shipped at once, because otherwise it becomes very exorbitantly expensive for shipping multiple times, and given that there's not spare cash at this point, like it's basically a requirement. I haven't heard anything to indicate that they won't be happening, just that it's dependent on everything being done, basically. Now, that being said, I don't know for certain. I am not top of the totem pole I don't deal with the money or anything. So I'm just going based off of what I've seen and been told myself. And that information could be outdated. I don't know. But like, the minis look really cool. Like, I've seen some of the models for them. I don't know if they ever got shown off to backers or not. I would expect they did. But like, while I haven't seen a physical, like, here's the little mini in somebody's hands, I've seen like like a screenshot of the 3D models for them. They're really nice. I would imagine if nothing else, they could be STL'd out for 3D printing. Only image that was on the Kickstarter. I'm not gonna lie, I haven't gone to the Kickstarter page in forever. Let me go Sinclair's library, Kickstarter. Rewards? No? Am I waiting for it to load, or is it nothing on this page? I'm on the wrong page. Okay, so like, okay, yeah, I've seen a couple more that aren't on that image. So like they've got Liliana there. The big 3D one. I've seen the model for, what's his name? The angel dude. 1 second. Michael, I think it is. So I've seen the 3D model for just show me so I can copy paste him right quick. Okay, fine. Be that way. I'll download him. Silly Google. Mikhail, not Michael. I think all the Nemesis got models made for them. This guy, if I can make him fit. Mr. Angel Wide. Yeah. The model for this guy here. I've seen that one. I think I saw one for the Thief Nemesis guy too, but I don't trust my memory all that well, to be honest. Yeah, the artwork's really cool. Let me get the guy I'm talking about, the thief guy. He's another one of the Nemesis. His name is Sebastian. Yeah, I do remember this one because I remember them talking about them trying to get the things on the shoulder plates right. So yeah, he's also definitely got a thing. Chris, maybe Hunerdell too. Yeah, I think I've seen Hunerdells as well. I should just go look and see if I can find where they were posted. The art. Is it in the art room? My boy's in there. Nope, not in the art room. They are buried someplace, somewhere that I do not remember, because Gilded is an anthill full of branching paths and tunnels. Oh. Cool beans. So yeah, I couldn't find exactly where they were because Gilded is an anthill of maze-like tunnels that does not have the best search function. Unfortunately. But whoever they had doing the 3D models was really good. Like, I do a little bit of 3D stuff in Blender, but I'm nowhere near that good, especially not with sculpting. I'm almost certain there was a Hunerdell one. Maybe I can search Hunerdell. Well, first let me make sure I'm spelling it right. Hunordell, not Hunerdell. Yeah, like I said, we're working on it. It's probably gonna be slow, but like I'll be getting probably about 2 hours a week done on the Codex, maybe a little more. Like today I'm off, so I'm getting a little more done. Although I'm also sidetracking myself. But I've already done 2 hours of work on it today, 3 almost, I think. Nordell. Yeah, like a lot of really talented artists were brought in to. Okay, I don't know how many there were. Some very talented artists were brought in to work on it, and they did amazing work, and there were great writers and stuff. It just, things got out of hand, and I guess ambition, time, expectation didn't quite match up to how it got handled. And then there was just bad crap happening. Like, we had, like, me and my wife, we had to move because our cost of living went skyrocketed, and I couldn't afford to live where I was living anymore. So we moved to where we are now, and that's about when the money dried up for paying us. And so I had to struggle for a while. I didn't get a real job until basically February. I had another temporary construction job that lasted me like 3 months. But for several months last year, I just didn't have a job. I couldn't find one. And so everything I was doing was pouring into trying to just get by and not fall so far into debt that I couldn't pay rent. And like, we relied on a lot of people for help and whatnot. So it was a lot of misfortune on my own side. I know that it drying up hurt Obscura as well. He was working there with me. He's a great designer. Designed a lot of things that you'll see in the almanac. And Artemis, who was the project lead, his life kind of got turned upside down by things going wrong too. I wish I could say it went well, but we hit snags along every step of the way. But still here, still trucking, trying to get it out the door. Watch. Oh, Obscura, yeah. I used to tune into his streams because I used to have more of a nocturnal time cycle for myself. But now I work in a place where, like, you can't really get away with being nocturnal around here. So I'm always going to bed just before his streams start, and it makes me feel bad because I enjoy his streams. And I enjoyed chatting with him a lot. We don't get to talk as much as we used to. So yeah, so I'm going to just put a big marker here. So this needs culling small. And then make it not nearly as big, because oh boy, was that too big. And centralize. Just not whatever it's doing here with the... No. Let's not do that, shall we? Text frame. Why is it being weird? This is why I don't use the artistic text tool. Text frame, columns with better vertical position. No. Needs, okay, whatever. Make it red. So that's easy to see. Needs culling, small. And that will just remind me to come back here later and see what I can cut out without ruining things. At work at 4 a.m. Yeah. There's a couple of FedEx workers around here. I work at a gas station because it's the only job that I could find here. I get paid $10 an hour. But on the upside, unlike the contract work that I'd been doing all of last year, because the construction work was contract work too, I don't have to take out my own taxes and then agonize over the fact that, well, bills need to be paid, so I need to kind of pull against that. Though I do have to pull out money to pay my taxes from last year. I have to raise like another $1,500 before October 12th. Yeah, when I worked at Walmart, which is what I did before I went basically full-time doing Sinclairs, is I was making 17 and I'd been there 9.5 years. I had gotten to the point where they were slowing down pay raises and giving bigger starting pay to people, but slowing down pay boosts for people who are making more. Oh. Okay, that's break time. I did say this before I think you joined the stream, Death. This was probably going to be the last one I did for the Codex today. But my wife's taking a nap. So I think I'll maybe switch over to something else, another project. I've been staring at this for like 4 hours today, I think. Almost, yeah. So I'm gonna put it on the BRB screen. I'm gonna save my progress because that is a smart thing to do. And then maybe we'll work on a little something. Nothing big, just a little something. Something fun. Yeah, no burnout. That's part of the reason I alternate day to day. What it is, and while my wife's sleeping, just taking a nap, I figure I might as well keep on trucking for a little while. So I'll make a monster. I like making monsters. So let's get my setup for docs ready right quick. How about Death? You got any random ideas that you want turned into a monster? I can do that. Like I said, I'd like random prompts. I just realized your name might not be Death25, it might be D the 25, and I'm not sure which it is now. Your favorite book series? That's fair. I've back before 2E was even out, I used to do weekly monsters for Pathfinder First Edition. Deathy. Okay. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Deathy. Derp. So yeah, you can hit me with something from one of the books you like. You can hit me with a broad or strange concept or just a phrase. You can hit me with a poem. I've turned very many strange things into monsters. I've made tomato, lobster, Gatling gun crab aberrations. Like, it doesn't always make sense at first, but I find a way to make it make sense. How about a dungeon core? Like sort of the heart of a dungeon, a thing that like keeps it going and makes it do stuff. That's sort of what you mean? Yeah, that's sentient. Okay, sure. Ideally, that would have probably some hazards attached to it, but hazards take about as long to make as a creature in itself, so I think I can make it work without any express hazards. All right. Let's see. Studio. Yeah. Which one of you is getting selected? I want it to be this one. There we go. Okay, so turn off studio mode. Okay. And web view. The Divine Dungeon. I've never heard of that series. I don't read as much as I used to, unfortunately. Alright, so let's see. Sithy's Dungeon. Listen to it. Yeah, I think the last few books I've listened to instead of read. I was reading or listening to the Pathfinder Tales novels. Mostly Beyond the Pool of Stars, Star Spawn, All Night, and I can't remember what the title of the book's called, but the one where it's following the alchemist into Numeria, and then on the Prince of Wolves. Those are my most recently consumed books, at least novels, anyway. So, and give me 1 second. I'm gonna take a drink, and then we'll get started on the dungeon core. Go ahead. Okay. Oh, it's free. All right. Well, I'll keep that one in mind. Give me something to listen to at work or when I'm trying to go to sleep. Although I guess those aren't the best times to actually consume a book. Distraction and then sleep. Brain, work, making a dungeon core. There's series that combine into it. That's neat. All from the same author, or is it collaborative? Dungeon core. Dungeon core. Feature 8. one collab and another by the same author. That's cool. Like I like when there's expanded universes sort of things. Okay, so we're gonna have rare. Let's see. Ads. Let's see. Rare. Aberration. Construct. Perception plus X. Dark vision. Sight. Sack, what's it? Sack. Sack broth. Sack broth. Appropriate to denizens. To dungeons denizens. Okay, ads are over. So I made it rare, aberration, and a construct because it's all I ask is if pun effect that does mental damage, if you listen to them, you would understand. A pun effect? Like they make puns and it hurts you? Yeah, okay. We can do that. One other appropriate to its dungeons denizens as a language. Which Sakroth is undercommon if you're not used to the newer languages. Let's see. Skills. Skills, not skulls. This thing's not really going to be particularly mobile. So, let's see. Diplomacy plus X. Deception. Wait. Deception comes first. Deception plus X. Intimidation plus X. And I'm just doing X because I'll fill in the numbers later. Sometimes I'll sit here and I'll go back and forth every time. But this will probably go a little faster. Intimidation X. Let's see. Occultism. Plus. Called Certified Altruistic Lexicon, named after the dungeon. Has a subreddit called Certified Altruistic Lexicon. Just copy paste that. Let's see. Or I'll drag it over here. Related corruption. Discord link has expired. All right. I will look at that later. Let's see. We got occultism. Do dungeon lore plus X. It ought to know its own dungeon quite well. I'm thinking about it because that would probably do, but I'm gonna already have an ability that uses dungeon lore, so I might just add its ability to identify certain things to dungeon lore. I think I'll do that. Because it's not gonna have like a lot of things that it can, like it sits there and goes bonk, bonk, bonk on something and makes an item. For making loot or monsters. Yeah. Hold on. I have an idea for a variant one that will have crafting. This one will just use dungeon lore, and I'll have a quote unquote sidebar that gives one crafting. I have an idea for that. A forge core. Alright, so strength plus X. That's gonna be trash. Gonna have good con though. Plus X. Int X. Whiz plus X. Plus X. This one's nascent. It's a baby. It's a baby basically. Let's see. Oops, wrong thing. There we go. Explain dungeon site here. Site. Dungeon or ability, but it can seek any location within its dungeon's structure without line of sight or theft. When it does so, it continues to see in the area which it targeted with the... Oh, what was that noise? Oh, thank you for subbing, Elijah. Thank you, thank you. How you doing, Elijah? Targeted with seek of influence. Within the dungeon structure, and it does so, it continues to see an area. Oh, in the area of influence? Is that what you're saying? Yeah. Okay. In the area of influence. Yeah, I'm normally not streaming this late, but Tracy's taking a nap and I don't have work today. So I was doing some work on Sinclair's library earlier, but I decided I'd do a little monster here at the end of this stream. It's in the area of influence until it peaks in another location. What were you playing, Elijah, or did you just pop in? E. 4+X. Ref. X. Will. +X. Just popped in, slowly recovering from a long day yesterday. I feel you there. Like, especially as hot as it's been lately. Or I don't know how hot it is where you're at, but it's been hot as hell here. The unities, existences, weaknesses. It's hot and humid there. Yeah, it hasn't been too humid here. All the humidity has gone away from just how long it's been over 100 degrees. It was supposed to possibly rain today, but I ain't seen none of it yet. Maybe later. It's supposed to rain this coming week, and I don't care if it's humid. Bad here, bad for California is 85. I can only imagine how it is out there. Yeah, I live in Texas. It's bad. Probably not as bad as it would be like in Louisiana or in Florida. But it's pretty nasty. I'm in like central-ish Texas. 65. What is the current temperature? Where is my weather? Google, come here. Weather. It is currently only 93 here. What's the index? Feels like oh, it's supposed to start raining in about an hour. Maybe the temperature will go down a little bit. Yeah, we hit 110 2 days ago, I think it was. Let's see here. Okay, yeah, 96 is the feels like. Okay. That's down a little bit. That's good. I just know that for the past like month and a half, the AC units have not turned off. Unless we turn them off manually or the power went out. We had like a bunch of storms. And they were just rain and rain and rain. We were having flooding and stuff. I've been hating it here because it's been raining so much that my grass is growing too much and the ground is wet. So yeah, we were having that problem here about a month ago where it was raining too much. The grass was growing and people were underwater and the snakes were coming out. And nobody could cut their grass. And now it's the opposite problem. It's hot and everybody's lawns are dying. I don't think the snakes have gone away though. So there's that. I don't know. There's people falling over from heat stroke and shit. So as you know, mixed bags and all that. Speed 0 feet. But we will have a special movement opportunity for them. Let's see. Melee. One action. Type actions out of habit. One action. Have half an acre to mow. Yeah. That's a decent chunk. Most of the people around here live in pretty small places. I live out in the country, but not like out in the country. It's like a tiny town. There's one store, and I work there, and it sucks. Let's see, an action. Tendril. Agile. Armed. A stretch. Alright. Time to stretch. I don't have like a VTuber model that can show me stretching or anything, so I'll stand up and I'll do the big stretch. Maybe some. Ooh, I got lightheaded. Maybe a lunge or two. It is also a good opportunity for anyone listening. If you need a stretch, if you need a sit up, a drink, take your medicines, whatever. Now is a good time to do that. All right, I've done some stretchy. Thank you for redeeming the stretch. Posture check. Also good, given that I just sat back down. Sit up, shoulders back. Maybe lift my chair up so that the ergonomics of my keyboard are a little better. Oh, never mind. My chair doesn't go any higher. Okay, that's about as good as I can. About as good as I can get it. Oh. Ads. Oh, hello. Mm, my wife pulled back up. But yeah, thankfully I have not succumbed to carpal tunnel as of yet. Well, what do you think, Deathy? You know these things in your head better than I do. You thinking fire, electricity? Do they shoot physical objects? Should they make a ranged attack of some sort? Up. Okay. Let's see. Oh. I'm thinking electricity. Give it power word kill. It's level 8. Maybe a very powerful one could have that, or finger of death. But I'm not gonna give it power word kill. I give it power word Elijah. It just speaks and you appear. Okay. Damage. Had to give the fluff child her nugs. Cat or dog? I have cats. Dog. So you were away giving the nugs. What do you think for a ranged attack for this thing? A husky. I never had a husky. We had a German Shepherd and Timberwolf half-breed when I was younger. He was huge. Absolutely huge. Like, as an almost adult teen, I could get on his back and he could just walk around with me. And he was an old man when we got him. He was a tough old bastard. Sweet boy, though. Real sweet boy. Broken and doesn't yell or talk. That's not broke. It's still Still a good girl. Still a good girl. And oh yeah, D8 probably, but you think electricity? Fine. Physical projectiles, fire, cold, poop. I don't know. What's this thing slinging? Yeah, it slings poop. It's gonna take poison damage from a turd. Excretion. Oh, fling them bear puns to be bearable. We'll get to the puns. The puns aren't the ranged attack. The puns are gonna be an AoE. Excretion. We'll instead ABCDFGH. I don't know. Poison. And yes, I still have to do that sometimes. It's faster than me thinking about it. PD8 poison damage plus 4 plus 4 I'll just call it that for now. Plus core exposure. I see what I did there. D8 poison damage, and we'll fine tune that later. Let's see. Words. I need words. Innuendo. Mental. Or no, emotion, mental, occult. One action. We'll give it spells here in a second. Mental, occult. Linguistic. Linguistic and auditory. You don't even have to make it a cult. I don't know. Yeah, we will. The dungeon core has an alien and uncouth. uh, sense of humor, leaning into wordplay at every opportunity. Its most extreme, it even causes mental anguish to those who hear it. Witticisms I can spell sometimes. Witticisms. Creatures, this should be 2 actions. Creatures. Other creatures in a 30-foot emanation must a DC X will save. The X basic will save. Critically failing the save also stupefies. Rewording. Creatures that critically fail their save are also stupefied 1 for 1 round. Dealing XDY mental damage. To other creatures. A 30-foot emanation. DCX basic also. Critically fail their save are also stupefied 1 for 1 round. The dungeon core cannot use innuendo. Again for 1d4 rounds. What you think about that for your puns, Deathy? Great. All right. And like I said, we'll figure out numbers later. This will be on the stronger end because it has a frequency restriction, basically. Let's see. Occult, innate spells, DC. You have spells? DC. Bonus. Let's see. Okay. That's how it's formatted. Attack plus 6 plus 2. X, or it's minus 8, technically. And then, see, this is 8th level creature, so the highest level spell it's got is 4th. I'm not gonna give it too many spells because we're gonna give it a lot more just abilities for hundreds of years sometime in the future. Oh yeah, this is the baby one. This is the low level. This is the one that's just cracking out of its computer shell, basically. Maybe at some point I will expand upon this one. I got a free day where I don't know what I'm gonna do with it. Let's see. Spells be up to E. Oh. I got fear, right? Is that oh jeez. Yeah, fear is a good spell. It's nice and evergreen. Right, in 3rd, you can target up to 5 creatures. Okay. 4th. 3rd. Fear. Here's a song for some psychic damage. Kind of like how dragons age. Yeah, there's a lot of things I think that, like, the longer they sit around, excuse me, the longer they sit around, the stronger they get. Yeah, but now it's sad and it's chill. Bumping. All right, so we're gonna give it fear. Let's ventriloquism. It basically has constant clairvoyance with its dungeon sight. Flicker is an interesting one for this thing, which is the new version of Blink. I think most of its spells should probably ultimately be defensive because it can't move hardly. We're gonna give it a way to move, sort of. Ah. Man. So yeah, we can give it command. Let me see, does command scale at all? Or is it just always the same regardless of level? There's a 5th level version that's better, but for the most part it's the same. So we can do, what is it? It's 2 actions, targets 1 creature, and its duration's only until the target's next turn. I will just give it command at will. First, command at will. Not able to move, so it's not going to be able to outpace like the party and commanding somebody to be a pain in the ass. If you're playing one-on-one, it could be more annoying. But even then, it would require it to critically fail constantly. So at best, it's going to use 2 actions and just be like, hey, you, but don't hit me. Or go hit your friend. Or it doesn't even do that. It's approach, run away, release, prone, or stand in place. So yeah, you kind of just hold them up. Not too strong. But yeah, I think generally speaking, like in terms of the how does this thing fit into the dungeon's ecosystem, it doesn't need an ability for other creatures to deal with them. It would probably just interact with them either symbiotically by not murdering the crap out of them with the hazards found in the dungeon, or it could converse with them if they're intelligent and form a beneficial relationship there. Flicker gives it some much needed defense. Invisibility curtain. Can you curve invisibility curtain? Just sit in the middle. 10-foot radius ring with the same height. Yeah, let's give it an invisibility curtain. That'd be cool. So just, if it really needs to, it can just pop this circle of invisibility around it, basically. And then it just sits there and chills while people walk by. Invisibility curtain. Telepathy. We'll return to spells at some point. I just had a brain. I had a brain. I had a frozen ad for a bit since I'm on without. No, you're fine. You're fine. Let's see. Emergent organism. the dungeon core inexplicably organic elements which prevent it from dying, prevent it from being destroyed as easily as other mechanisms. It's not destroyed. It point unless it's regeneration is disabled. Generation 5 disabled by adamantine mental or poison. So, like, it was once just a lowly machine, inorganic. Yet something occurred and it began to grow. Now it's got these goopy bits that keep it from breaking. Resistance immunities. It is therefore not immune to bleed, however, or poison, or disease, but death effects. Give me a construct. Clockwork. Come here. What's the spread, buddy? I forget off the top of my head because it's a lot. Disease. Okay, but we can give it doom that has a soul. It's living. Okay, so not doomed, not drained. Disease. We can turn off fatigue. Death effects. Fatigued. Sickened. Unconscious. Fix fatigued, sickened, unconscious. Yeah, let's do non-lethal. Paralyzed? Do we prevent its paralysis? I think so. Paralyzed. It already can't move. Paralyzing it would just be mean. Weakness to mental damage. Mental 5. Right. Look, give me my building creature. Because I'm to the point where my brain wants me to plug in numbers. because I am all out of order. I always am. What's the things that swashbucklers do well? Move fast, stab extra hard once, call you a bitch and make you feel bad about it, doing a flip, precision damage. You want weakness to precision? Weakness to precision. 5? Because you stab the right bit and it's real bad. That sort of thing. Rogues do precision damage too, and they do it a lot more often. That's hit point. Resistances and weaknesses, level 8. We're looking at 6 to 11 generally. Weakness to... Oh, immunity to precision. Oh, fair. Immunity to... Precision. Precision. Weakness to bludgeoning? I guess we're gonna have to stack this thing with hit points. Bludgeoning is easy to come across. Bludgeoning. Also, we're gonna crank these up to 7. They're not real high. Bludgeoning. 7. Alright. Weaknesses to bludgeoning, mental, resistance to... I think of a quartz like a gem. Okay. Okay. So with this one, I kind of also made it semi-organic. But there's nothing that says you can't have both. So weak to bludgeoning. Weak to mental. Because it's a new mine. But resistance to slashing 7 and piercing 7. Except adamantine. Or actually, not piercing. Piercing will be neutral. But slashing will have resistance. That's technically break time. Conscious. Yes, I meant to spell that correctly. Thank you, spell check. Okay. This thing's thick. It's hard. Hard. So its AC can be good despite it having absolutely trash ability to get out of the way. I don't feel like doing construct armor because that doesn't feel right for this sort of thing. So moderate's 26 as absolute dookie for movement and dexterity. Let's say 27 for now. IAC. We'll give it somewhat normal HP to go in between the fact that it has regen and a decent AC. Or no, should we give it really bad AC and a lot of hit points? Give it 25 AC. And give it over top hit points. Because it's regen. I guess not over the top, it does have regen. But good hit points. Let's determine, let's see. Abilities, modifiers, 8. Gonna have a shit ton of con. That's more con than anything. It is its defining ability or attribute. So then, calculator. Come here, calculator. Seven. 36. Oh. 148. 148 hit points. So you're gonna need adamantine mental or poison damage to kill it dead. Chances of you having those by level 8 isn't terribly slim, so oh, you give me a few cents. It's something. Oh, just there. Let's see before I stream that. And the break ended as the ad break ended. So I think ideally. It has absolute trash dexterity. Maybe it can shake a little, but it can't really hardly move. Probably this one's new. It's probably not terribly smart, but it's got a little bit there. Maybe a little more wisdom, and a little more charisma. So that gives us our baselines. So we got saves. Variable is 11. Going 11. But we should put in resistance to area damage 7. No, that doesn't make as much sense. Okay, so yeah, it's just got trash reflex, absolute trash reflex. Probably go moderate on will, 16. Let's see what's or moderate. 8, 4. Yeah, that's fine. So it can just be higher investment. Fortitude has to be kind of stupid. But we don't necessarily want an extreme modifier. So 19 to 21. We'll do 20. The in between. Horrible reflex. Okay. Facility. Move. Three actions. Rotation. Dungeon core is generally unable to move. However, its bond to its dungeon allows it to port to unoccupied spaces. Anywhere within dungeon. Doing so drains the dungeon for temporarily. Cannot use this facility. Doing so too frequently harms the car. It has used facility access less than 1 minute ago. Takes 4d8 mental damage. If has been less than 1 minute since the last time it access also. Teleport to an unoccupied space in the dungeon which it is bound. However, it harms. It has been less than 1 minute since the last time it used facility access. It also takes 48 mental. Okay. That way it has a way around, like, if they're just pot-shotting it from the door or something, they can just bloop to another room. But if it does it too much and tries to give them the runaround, it'll end up killing itself. Okay. An insight. Let's seek another location. Oh, what level is Wall of Stone? Oh, it's rank. But wait, innate spells are not restricted. Hold on. 5th. Wall of Stone. Once per week. And this is how they make their dungeon bigger, so that they can creep around and start growing their influence and becoming a real problem. It's real slow. Once per day might get out of hand, but once per week, they just add a little bit. Add a little bit more. The fact that they can be broken down, that can be part of like their lore thing. It's just that their core dungeon might be very solidly built, but the expanded dungeon, the thing that they build outward with, unless they spend extra time reinforcing it, is just flimsier and easier to break through. And so like the outer region of the dungeon just do the thing where like the barbarian like runs through the walls and Kool-Aid Man's it. Let's see. Animated assault makes sense. Let's see. Animated assault. Do the second level. That's 2. All stone spelled, 1 word, spells. You could cast humanoid form on itself to move around. I think that would be a little too much for this one, at least. Yeah, but for that you could just use illusory creature and just have an illusion of the person run into a trap area. Which I did also consider. So yeah, we'll do that. Or was it illusory creature? Spell 2. Illusory creature at will. Because it does take a lot of action investment. Larger, smaller creature. If you're ever further than 500 feet apart, it ends. Yeah, it's got a limited range, so. It can target areas it can see with illusory creature. Illusory creature. provided they are then 500 feet away. It can create illusions with illusory creature areas it can see, provided they are less than 500 feet away. Have it run away from the right way, tell them not to go that way. Yeah, you could do that. I've actually made another creature in the past that has a thing where it has long range illusory creatures that are just there to fuck with you. And now we need to do the master of my domain. Occult. Pulse Tarrasque. I don't know the Pulse Tarrasque. I know the Pulse Hydra. I've also done the Pulse Hydra. I'm trying to remember. Do I know the Pulse Tarrasque? I don't think so. It's in the Battle Zoo. In the first one? It's been a while since I've looked at it. I only have the first Battle Zoo Bestiary. I don't have Strange and Unusual, if it's in there. I remember the meat shack, the mimic thing. The dungeon core is typically needs to hazards. Need to manually Creature 1. It's a level 1 Giraffe. Hazard in the... Crap. Against the hazard triggers out. Against the triggering. AC 16, hit point 16. Is it like, is it at least big? Like, is it gargantuan? Like the Tarrasque, or is it little? Is it like a teacup Tarrasque? Is it just a big bag of air? Is it a balloon? A mylar balloon of a Tarrasque? It's a tiny that transforms. It just makes itself big. Does a pufferfish and sucks in the air and goes. Just Kirby's it up. Two actions with concentrate manually. Manually. Reset manually instead. Automatically reset after 1 minute. The dungeon core spends 2 actions with concentrate. Into the size of the real one. Yeah, it's a gargantuan, I think. I don't think it has like a specialty size or anything. Botanic transformation 2, polymorph primal transmutation, frequency once per day. Pulse Tarrasque assumes a monstrous appearance of its choice, and its size becomes gargantuan. All of its attacks gain a 10-foot reach while transformed, but its statistics are otherwise unchanged. It should last for 1 day. It just turns itself into a massive target. Yeah. Oh no, there's a horrible monster on the horizon. Let's shoot it. It just deflates. It just makes a farting like balloon noise that whisks around the air as it dies. Let's get an army of those and just machine gun them down for great comedic effect. The villager wonder where it went.
Well, we killed the Taras. We did it with a pitchfork. We can't find the body, but somebody seems to have made like a little plushy version of it. Look here. I was just kicking around. It was somebody stole the carcass, no doubt, to make something out of the hide, of course. But no, today we've got this little doll to remind us of the great triumph over Rovagug that we've done had here.
That sounds like the butterfly effect in construct form. Let's see. Let's see. I don't know. Exist and does not exist. Oh god, it's Schrodinger. 60 foot by 60 foot square area. Why is it square? Grr. Because of this, other creatures can move through its space freely, though the space is difficult terrain for other creatures. Continually exists and doesn't exist in any space. The possibility golem is always hidden. Even seat invisibility won't reveal it, although dimensional lock or similar magic. That is neat. I like that. I made something that reminds me of that for Sinclair's Almanac. It's one of the Oracle curses, where basically you have future sight, and so you can seek from any location within like 60 feet of you, I think it was, or something like that. Extends from and within its cloud of possibility. That's neat. I do like that. It's kind of like a less complicated troop. Honestly. Like a less complicated troop or swarm. Yeah. There. See, now it's gonna bug me until I go look at it and see Oracle Mysteries. Was it? Or am I thinking of something else? Because I know I wrote this, but I don't know if it's actually in here. Oh, it's a focus spell that was for one of the Oracle mysteries. It's called Sense Futures. It lets you project your senses moments ahead. With the spell is cast, and when you sustain the spell, you may seek as if you were in any space within the range of the spell, which is 30 feet. If the position you seek from would automatically reveal unnoticed, undetected, or hidden creatures, they become hidden to you after your seek concludes. While sustaining the spell during exploration for its duration, you may search while sustaining the spell. You take half as long as usual to search a given area. This means that while exploring, you double the speed you can move while ensuring you've searched an area before walking into it, up to half your speed. If you use an exploration activity other than search, the spell ends. When you hit third rank spells, it becomes sustained instead of sustained up to 1 minute. And at 8th rank, it just lasts 10 minutes. You don't have to sustain it. And you just gain the effects of the spell anytime you seek for the duration. And it does have a range, so was it a range distance spell or range spell or whatever that meta magic was applies to it. Like I get that they're not like that close mechanically, but the area reminded me of it, basically. Sorry if that seems dumb. But I think other than numbers, we're getting close to wrapping up the dungeon core. So it has the ability to trigger traps in its dungeon. Although it does prevent it from messing with those particular traps again for a little while. It automatically resets traps in its dungeon. It can expand its dungeon slowly with Wall of Stone. It can defend itself with Flicker. It can hide with Invisibility Curtain. It can send people running a bit with Fear. It can attack with Animated Assault. It can conjure illusory creatures and command. I do need to make whatever it was, core exposure. Core exposure. Poison. When exposed to the range organic secretions of the dungeon core, a creature must attempt a DC X fortitude save. Critical success. Success. Failure. Critical. Failure. The creature is unaffected. The creature. Yeah, we haven't plugged in all the numbers yet. Thanks for coming in and joining, Commissar John? John? Is it John? John? Yeah, there's a bunch of numbers that aren't plugged in yet. We're getting there soon. Basically hash out this last ability and then we'll be plugging in numbers. Creature suffers 1 persistent poison damage. Oops. Hey, Kill Chrono. Oh, that's Dan, isn't it? I think that's your username. Hey, I was talking about you earlier. I was doing Sinclair's Codex for like 4 hours. And the Automaton Samurai came up, and I think that's one of yours. I really like the sort of martial version of blue magic that it does, where where they copy abilities into their memory bank to hit back with later. Right now I'm sort of trailing off the end of stream with making a monster. with Deathy here in chat. Suffered. Daichi. Yeah, it was really cool. And you'll be able to see it on the VOD if you like later. I'll send it to YouTube as well. Creature suffers 1 persistent poison damage. Failure. Creature suffers 1d4 persistent poison damage and is sickened 1 as long as they suffer persistent damage as a failure, but the thickened condition. But they are thickened too. So it does a little bit of flat damage. Might ping you for a little extra, or might ping you for a bit more and sicken you for as long as you're stuck with that poison. Excretion is poison ranging from 30 feet, 2d8 poison. Alright. That should be on the light end of damage. 2d8 was just sort of a grab in the dark. I wasn't looking at any of the references. Alright, so let's look at damage. Strike damage for level 8. 2d6 plus 8, 15 is low. We do want it to be low, so we want an average of 15 approximately. This is going to do 15 on a successful save. So this is 9 damage. Let's crank that up to 12. That makes for 13 plus 1, 14, close enough. Because it can ding for higher and sicken. This one, we want to, let's see, want to do a little higher. Let's see, what's our to hits that we're looking at? It has horrible dexterity, so but it's probably good at shooting with its goop. It has horrible dexterity because it's not good at moving. We'll give it a moderate for range, plus 18, but we'll give it a high for melee, which 20. And let's see, what was our high on strength? High on strength was 5, I think. We are 1 below that, which means standard spread, we could go plus or minus 1, and it would line up better. D6. D6s, we need a really high flat bonus to make up D6s. Because remember, this thing can't run away most of the time. So in its close range, it is going to be pretty brutish, because it needs to be. Because most of its power comes from things that it's doing to you when you're not even in its room. But once you get to it, it's kind of a sitting duck. It needs to be able to defend itself. I'm not saying we need to make it barbarian level crazy. Like, we're not going to give it high hit and extreme damage. We might do, let's see. D12s. Yeah, so the D12s, these are because the lowest damage you want to have on a level 8 creature, generally speaking, is going to average out to 15. This right here, plus the 1 to 1d4, will average out closer to 15. Compared to, like, if you did 2d6, you'd be averaging 7 damage. With a maximum damage of 12. Whereas with 2d12, you average 13 with a maximum of 24. And then you get 1 to 4 variants on there from here as well. From here. Because of core exposure. Most ranged attacks like this, like there's a few enemies that have elemental ranged attacks, and they tend to either do low or slightly lower than low damage. And have no flat bonus to damage, just dice, basically. And sometimes ancillary effect. And that's what we're going for here, is plus ancillary effect. Has reach of 15 feet, but is immobile. Give it the gas. That is the poop attack. Or excretions. So highest, I think we'll leave it at 20 for now. Its damage can remain high. Normally reach attack do take a bump down, but given it is completely immobile, I think we go straight for high damage. Don't mess around. 2d10 plus 11. Bludgeoning. No, not percentile. It's not percentile. This is not. So. Alright, so core exposure. Oh, wait. Do it that way. It would be a funny attack. It would be a funny attack. It would just be wildly unbalanced. Like, there's a part of me that sometimes just like, okay, the joke is fine. But then, like, there's a part of me that's just like, no, design integrity, no. That part of me usually wins. My friend that I'm doing the Pit Fiend ancestry for regularly asks for some absolutely absurd, unbalanced crap, and he's joking, but I still sit there and I'm going, no, it's not valid. Like a curmudgeon, the curmudgeon that I am. The puns should be the percentile. They already get oh, well, actually we can see how much damage that should be. We haven't done that yet. I know this is a joke, but I hate it. Yeah. Like, I'll even think it's funny, but then, like, yeah, it's just like, no, it's not gonna work. It's not gonna work the way you think it's gonna work. It's gonna be bad. It's gonna be funny, but it's gonna be bad. High DC is pretty standard for effects. So 26 is the DC we're looking at for all of our DCXXs. And this should be 18. area of effect damage level 8 months or infrequent is 32 average damage. Actually, what would be D%? D%'s average damage is 51 or 50.5. So it's a little out there. It is a little out there. Now, you could do that at level 13. You could have it roll a D100 to see how... 1 out of 100, how hard is this pun? How we go? We've got an ancillary effect. So going for fewer dice, fewer bigger dice might be good. Come here, any dice. You help me do average calculations. 96 is 32. Let's try 5d10. Oh, not 5d20, 5d10. Calculate. 31.5, 27.5 is about 12. 31.5, 32.5. So we want to creep back the other way. They shall fear the puns. You can have your D100 pun at level 13, Deathy. Do 3d20. And since you want to have silly dice, let's see. 3d20. 3d20 is the exact same average, so we will do 3d20 mental damage for you. Just so that it's a silly dice. Dealing 3d20 mental damage. Lower minimum by like 6 points. But what's the... Oh, thanks for the follow, Dan. Let's see. The max damage is 60 versus 54. So not a huge differential. Basically, some players like, what the fuck? Yeah, like people see rolling d20s for damage and they're just gonna be like, what? But basically the major difference that you're getting is you're having 6 less minimum damage and 6 more maximum damage. So that's where the swing comes in. But your odds of rolling max damage are lower, I think. Let's see. It is practically or no, okay, the odds are better on the 3d20 actually. Should I make it 2d24? Or 2d30s instead. Do you have a d30, Deathy? Let's see what 2d30 rings up. Rings up 31, it's close enough. Oh, you don't have a d30? Shame. I've got a d30 somewhere. Okay, so no silly dice for you. 3d20 is more swingy. It does have slightly higher odds of higher damage. In terms of its overall likelihood for roll. So basically, you've got a less than 1% chance of, or less than 0.01% chance of rolling that much. Oh, wait, 9 times 6 is... No, okay, this is just being weird. 49, I think, is... come here, calculator. 9 times 6 is 54. Okay. It's just absurdly low roll chance that you end up at 54. Like, statistically, practically impossible. Whereas it's like 0.01% with 3d20. Realistically, though, you're putting more swing in with 3d20, whereas with 96, there's less swing. You're going to average towards the middle more. I have an Eye of Cthulhu bag full of dice. I have a Mimic treasure chest full of dice. And I have a Legend of Zelda bag full of dice. There was a point where I was quite the dice goblin. And I can no longer afford to do that. Let's see. Go around and make sure our numbers are plugged in. Poison. So for you, Deathy, I will leave the 3d20, even though it's slightly less good, balance-wise. More swingy. You'll end up with more likelihood of having a low roll and more likelihood of having a high roll and moderate likelihood of a middle roll, whereas with 96, you'd have a lot more likelihood of having a mid roll. My Eye of Cthulhu bag was handmade. And I think that oh yeah, all of mine were too, because somebody, like, I guess they got a chest that was pre-made, but then they would, no, it's just 1d4. It might be, yeah, it's just 1d4. There's not a whole lot of, like, really extended cooldown times in 2e. Like, 1d6 is the longest usually, and that's generally reserved for long-range burst attacks. This is an emanation. Again, this thing cannot move. It wants that to be able to recharge as quickly as possible. It's also got linguistic, mental, and emotion traits, and auditory. Like, you become immune to this by deafening yourself. Or it would be within a great deal of reasons to say, hey, I plugged my ears. Can I get +2 to my save against this? Yeah. Like, so it's not a crazy thing to resist. So bare minimum, you could do it, like, if you have the best of luck as GM, you're running this and you can do it every other turn. And still the actual likelihood of you, like, blasting the living crap out of your party with it is not too crazy. It's just higher than 96. Basically, the rule of thumb is the more dice you have, the more average your rolls will be. Your mother was a hamster and your father smelt availed the bellies. Where do you think I got this ridiculous French accent? Numbers. Is this absolutely garbo reflex save? Ah, yes, our skills. Our skills are what are left, and perception. I imagine its perception should probably sit kind of moderate. Nothing crazy, because it does have the ability to just look wherever the hell it wants. So giving it a high perception on top of that would be kind of unfair. Like, it's already just going to be able to see behind cover, ostensibly. So resistances and weaknesses, hit points, saving throws, armor class, items, skills. There we go. So 8. We're looking somewhere between 21 and 12. It is not the smartest boy, but I think 15 would probably be good for dungeon lore. Oh, that's right. We were... Nah, I was making it automatic, so there's not, like, rolls it has to make is fine. the alternate version that's conceptualized that can make I will do this up, Deathy. Are you also Deathy in the Sinclair's Discord? If so, I will do this up, and I'll send it to you basically. Yeah. Okay. Then I'll get it sent to you. It might be a little later, but I'll get it sent to you. Let me make this one 17. It's dungeon lore. Own dungeon only. Oh wait, no. Yeah, this is where we go. Dungeon Master. The Dungeon Core.